All right. Hello and welcome. I'm Aaron, and I'm here to work on my project. And if you're here as well, hopefully you got some work to do or you want to just hang out. That's fine by me. Welcome back, Salad. I have no idea how exciting today is going to be. I've been working on adding in my house, and then I went and realized that the tile collision system I have, which is fantastic, definitely struggles a little bit when I'm trying to do other types with multiple layers. So like, probably the easiest thing to demonstrate is if I come in here to my house. I've been really diving into tile sets, trying my best to actually understand how they work well. So I've got a little bit of a house here. It's actually looks okay, and this works. And in my main room, if I come in and I run this, well, hello, Caspian. Hopefully you find it enjoyable. We'll see. But I've got this room here, and I can move in. Haven't done the move out yet, which is fine. I'm not worried about that. And I add a little bit of visual debugging for what's going on. The warp is here and it's invisible, but I can come in, and here's my room. Let me turn off all the visual debugging so you can kind of see. But I'm not happy with how it works, and it does some really strange things. So I'm not quite sure. I am currently running through the possibility of just completely redoing my tile collision system. But we'll see. Hello, Bear Willow. Thank you very much. I love game dev. I love this community. Everyone I've ever talked with in this place is fantastic. So I love it here. And I'm glad you've gotten something from me. Awesome. So here's my room. But there's some really weird glitches that happen around here. Some of them actually work okay, and some of them are a little stranger. But then some of them like block me, and I can go into some here, and I can't go into others, and so I don't know. I'm not entirely pleased with what this is and how it works. Apparently I can jump over the roof of the house. So there's a few strange things going on with my systems here. Yeah. The inventory system, Salad, from 8 years ago? Goodness. I don't even remember which one that was. I know I did one more recent than that used sequences to actually do some kind of pretty stuff. I liked that one a lot. The old one, I don't even remember how it worked. I love inventories though, and I love dialogue systems of designing them because they're such an interesting technical challenge because every single person wants their own system. And so I love trying to design how that works. And so I've done several of those. I'm glad you did it. I think one of the coolest things, oh man, what game was that? I think it was, no, it wasn't. There was I did a game on stream, or like I mentioned it, or like I played through it. I can't remember the name of it now, but I played it, and the dev actually said that they watched some of my videos and like they thanked me for the stuff I put out, and I thought that was really cool. Someone who had watched some of my stuff remembered me and actually made and published a game that then I played and I had no idea. It was a fantastic game too. I loved it. But that kind of stuff never ceases to amaze me, what you can do with the stuff I put out. So I'm gonna grab some tea. Yeah, 8 years is a long time. I agree. I've been doing this for like 10 or 11 years now. If I went back to the very first YouTube one I did. No, it wasn't Kobu. It's on GameMaker's website, I'm pretty sure. Let me look and see. GameMaker does a really good job at promoting their own projects. So, like, if you go over to their showcase, like, hey, look, there's Kobu. Games made in here. They do a very good job of it, and this is actually where I get a lot of my list to come and play games from, because they're made in GameMaker, and I like that a lot. Let's see if I can remember what it was just by looking at this. I think it was in here, but I don't actually remember. If I did an actual playthrough of it, it's probably on my channel. Man. None of these are in any necessary order. Like, they aren't by date. I think they're more by popularity or by, like, how well known they might be. That way the ones you actually know are right at the top. Yeah, I don't see it on here. Darn. Yeah, I don't see it there. I wonder if... I'm just curious, because, again, I enjoyed the game, so it's worth checking out if you've never played it. So I'd love to just give them another shout out. I just have to do things I'm not used to doing, like I'm going to X or Twitter because I think I had tweeted it at one point. Now I'm trying to remember. Dang. Well, if it comes back to me or if I can find it, I guess we'll see. It's so annoying when you are looking for something and you cannot find it. Ugh. Whatever. We'll go on from there. So, yeah, stroll on memory. Yeah. So, I think it was you, Salad, or was it Akita who was talking about going through all my old projects. Top-down games have so much potential, but developing seems to be more challenging than a platformer. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Every game has its own challenges, and you'd never appreciate them until you actually dive into them and start making it and trying to make it well. Like, doing that first tutorial or following someone else's design is like, oh, this seems easy, and then trying to do it on your own and actually make it interesting. Like, the biggest thing when it comes to, like, 2D side-scrollers or something would be good level design and interesting game mechanics. Coding them doesn't seem that difficult, but that kind of stuff would be much harder, whereas I feel like top-down is much harder coding-wise, at least in GameMaker, for what I'm trying to do with a virtual Z-axis. And the mechanics themselves I already know, and I'm confident I can program most of the mechanics. It's the base system, it's the foundation that I struggle on the most. Okay, the game was 2D roguelike. I believe you like found towns. You went in. I remember there being it was like a roguelike game set in like a desert. You had challenges that you could undertake at like obelisks and stuff like that. So, hey, I'm happy you dropped in. Good luck to you on whatever you're up to. Have a good one. Let me see. Okay, last stroll, and then I'm actually gonna start diving into my code here. Let me jump over to my YouTube channel and just quickly look at my playlist of all the like the games I've played on here. No. I did Revita, which was fantastic, and I did Kobu, but I didn't play this one live. I actually just played it, so I cannot remember. If you find it, let me know. But it's one of those things that's just out of my head now. So, okay. So, I think this is going to be one of those days where it might be a little boring to watch simply because what I'm going to be working on is so low level and you don't see any changes, but if it works, it allows me to build out my game further. I am going to be trying to see if this program, Tiled, I can use. So I've looked at Tiled before. It is a map editor with a lot of functionality. Really, really great map editor with the ability to do full maps, multiple tile sets, and export to lots of game engines. And I want to know if I can use this and come up with some kind of export-import system to be able to actually have collisions like this and be able to have a depth system that's kind of built in. I have no idea if I can. I don't know that Tiled will support that or that whole process will be worth it. But what I do know is GameMaker's limitations on tiles and what we can do is kind of frustrating. I was playing around with like these waterfalls. Like these waterfalls right here are gorgeous. And I actually have them in a tile set. In a tile set, they look like this, but once you go in and animate them, you can do an animation, and then it looks like this. But in GameMaker, you can only do powers of 2 for animated tiles. It might not be a big deal, I don't know, but this tile set specifically has 6. So this waterfall needs an animated style of 6 tiles. I can do 2, 4, 8, doubling, so on. And so GameMaker's tiles are extremely limiting, and I can't even use this well. I did go in and I made some sprites and tried that, and it looks better, but it's a lot more work, especially if I'm doing something like this where in here, I add an asset layer, and then I bring over, like here's my tile set for the top, and I can like do multiples of these. I have to turn off snapping by 32. So if I make sprites for everything, then I can do a little more interesting, but it loses so much of the flexibility of what I want. And that's a little fast. Put this down to like 8 frames. So you can do stuff like this. You know, you can fully animate your sprites and bring them in and animate through tile sets, which is great. I don't know. I'm not super happy. I think if you come in here and you rotate a few of these, they actually look really good. Mixes them up a little bit. Like, I think this one looks significantly better than this one. It's way smoother. It looks great. You can come in and I can add those tiles. Like, some of the tiles you can add in, like this one, if I put in like a puff cloud at the bottom, and I can like rotate it, and then I can put this, and all of a sudden that actually looks really nice, you know? But I'm also trying to figure out how much polish I want to do now versus simply getting something working. Yeah. I think either way, learning to use tiled will not be a waste of time. This looks like a really, really nice map editor that will be useful as a tool no matter what I use. No matter which game engine I'm on, I think this is going to be useful. And so, I think it's worth the time looking to use it, and if I can get this with the collision masks set up to be able to export into GameMaker, that'd be a great set of tutorials to make, and then I could use that in my own game. And that's kind of what I'm looking at working on, along with possibly redoing how my collisions actually work inside of GameMaker. One step forward, 3 steps back. So, one of the other things, the reason for this, is you notice here these collision masks, they actually have way more precise collision checking in this, which I think would be gorgeous. I was looking at Pixelated Pope's precise tile collision tutorial, which is good and possible, but I don't know if I want to do that yet. I like this though. This looks way, way better. Like right now, it's always been this way, and I've known it, and I've known I can fix it if I put the time in. But like right now, if I come over here, and I can zoom in now, like I can walk off a good chunk of these tiles, especially like on the sides. You know, you can just hang out here, because the tiles themselves, they have a lot of blank space, and I am currently colliding with that blank space, and this looks awful. Wait, I'm not even on it anymore. I fell. So like, I don't know. I'm not sure it's worth it yet. It might be. I don't know. We'll have to see. So there's a lot happening in my head. I don't know how much is going to happen on this, but we're going to give it a shot, and I'll be here if you've got questions. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to be in my head, maybe talking out loud as I work through this, because I don't know what I want to do yet. Yeah. And I think I need some tutorials, because I have no idea how to use tile. I legitimately have no idea what I'm doing. I used it years, like maybe 8 years ago, like a long, long time ago. You can actually find some tiled tutorials that I think my wife did. Let's see. Yeah, like 9 years ago. Yep. So like I'm trying to remember if I even did these or if it was my wife. Yeah, no, I think it's actually my wife talking and making these tutorials. So 9 years ago. Sweet. Salad, I am ready to help because I don't know what I'm doing over here. So, how do you wanna handle it? You can email me a project with like outline your issue, and I can like open it up here live on stream and check it out. Or if you want to just type out your question, I can see if I can replicate, see if I can answer it. You let me know. Yeah, so if you're on there, you should be able to go to my Discord. My Discord's open, but if you go there, I am not the most active on my own Discord, but if you go there, you can send me anything there. Let's see. I don't know if Patreon has like a specific communication system. If it does, it's not one that I've used before. Oh. Okay, let me send you an invite. I try to leave invites on all of my videos, but I don't think I have been lately. So I'm going to send you an invite. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. Join, just like the game dev questions or whatever, and you can do that. I'll be right back. Send me a project, send me a Discord, and I'll check on that. I got a phone call, and I think someone might be here, so I'll be right back. But send me that salad, and I'll take a look at it. Sal, did that work for you? Were you able to join? That link should be good. Anyone's free to use it. I've got... My channel is open. It's not the most active. I've got a decent amount of people there, and sometimes people will talk and share stuff off. I'm really bad at maintaining it, but it is a source where you can hit me up anytime. I don't see that you've joined, so let me know. Oh. Ugh, YouTube. I'm sorry to hear that. That's obnoxious. Let's see. Um, oh, awesome. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, anyone who is interested, trying to figure out how to like show off my Discord channel without showing off all of my other channels. I don't even know how. I literally use Discord so like almost always on my phone. Who knows? Okay. If you are interested in joining the Discord though, let me know. I'll send you an invite or you can come over here. But Salad, feel free to drop the project there. I think there's an actual channel for code questions if you want to hit me up there. It can be really useful if you have a question and then other people can see it later on. So, I've got a project. Someone's coming over. I had no idea when they were coming over, so of course they were coming over right now, right after I started my stream. So, hit me up with, send me whatever you got, Salad. I'm going to pause the stream for however long it takes. I just need to unload a few things. And then I'll be back. So, probably 15 minutes or so. And then I can come back, so. Okay. I think you should have access to it. I've joined a lot of Discords that, like, force you to choose a role and read the rules. I have no idea if I did that on mine. I can't remember. You should be able to just hop in, put whatever you've got there, and then I'll see what I can do. Yeah, getting help actually requires a lot of work. um, yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, anytime. Like I've said, I actually really enjoy working on other people's projects and debugging stuff. I think it's really fun. I think it's cool. It's a good challenge for me, and I enjoy that. All right. I always encourage people to read the docs, and I have them here, but we'll see. All right. I think my person is here, so Salad, you get that set up. Everyone else, I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright. Don't know if anyone is still here. Now I'm all sweaty from doing a little bit of work, but hey, that's alright. So, Sal, let's see what you got for us. Let me quickly look up something. Okay. So I want to take a look at this. So salad. I don't know. Are you still? Let's see. Oh, thank you. All right, salad. If you're still here, you can chime in. Looks like you're typing. So, if you don't want me to show this off, probably too late. But also, let me know. I can take it down. Okay. We're in GM version 1.4, which shouldn't matter. Trying to make a dungeon game. Every level of the dungeon is randomly generated. Awesome. Okay. So you've got a good chunk of code here. So I'm just reading through. Let's see. Each dungeon that the players to be saved. So when he goes back through. Okay, you randomly generate. So procedurally generated dungeons, but you save which ones he's been in and going through. So, makes total sense. Creating a grid. The void. I like that. Okay, create the control in the center. Okay, so here's your code to actually create. You're creating the floors and the walls, so the procedural is everything. It's actually the, like, basically tile by tile, 16 by 16. You fill it with something. You've got floors, walls, and you draw it. Okay, and then here's your example. Nice. Okay. Inventory. This is your actual dungeon, your stats, the visualization of it. Okay. The small green squares. Yep. Rooms. They are every new level randomly generated. Okay. I have tried something with INI files, so it's saving the seed, but not loading it. Okay. So this is your entirety. Okay. So this is what you've got there. Now you have script save dungeon seeds. Do you have... Is that script... Do you have that script somewhere? The actual code where you are both saving... And then I assume loading it somewhere? I have scripted the save and load. Right. Is that in this code I'm looking at? Because you... Yeah, I mean, if the problem is... I mean, okay, first, what is the actual question? Very specifically. I want each of the dungeons to be saved. When he goes from 5 to 4, he goes from 4, he goes level... When he goes from level 5 to 4, you get that dungeon... Okay. The seed is saved. It will not build the old dungeon. Okay. So you're specifically trying to save the dungeon, and it's not save. It's not loading it properly. But the goal is to create a dungeon. Yeah, the second set of code here is, I think, the same set of that's up here. Looking at it, it's not the same. It's slightly different, but okay. So these are your dungeons. I assume 1 means that they have done it before. 0 means they have not explored it, or one way or the other. I don't know which way you have it, but if they are here and they want to backtrack, you want that level to be the same. Makes sense to me. So the dungeon... Okay, the dungeon is all the rooms together. You want each room to be saved. Room, level... You want... Okay. So the dungeon is everything. And which part... Sorry. So, all the dungeons are randomly generated. You don't want that. Okay. I'm going to keep looking over this code. Trying to think if there's... I have VS Code. No, I don't. I have Notepad++, but it doesn't have GML. I just want to see if I can do some syntax highlighting, which would be fantastic. Because that would just mean I can actually like see all the variables and stuff. Notepad++. GML. This is 7 years old, but it might work. Go back a second. Doesn't look like it's very well received there. Menu bar. Click languages. User defined. Click import. Downloads. Import successful. Select and open, close the language definition. Now, I should be able to come in here. GD script, user defined language. Oh, hey, look. Oh, wait, no, that's a shell file. That's not what I want. Okay. So I'm going to take your code, toss it in here. Oh, I see. Discord was not showing me nearly enough stuff. You had a lot more going on in there. Oh, wait, no, you didn't. This copied literally everything else. That's not helpful. No. I want to download this. Okay. Okay, I'm looking at your new gift salad. Let's take a look. Okay. So, the dungeon is the entirety of everything. You're going down in levels, and each level has sets of rooms in them. But when you go back, you want to reload that same set of rooms that you already had, but currently it is not doing that. So it's regenerating it. So even when you go back a level, it resets. You want to be able to go back, have it be the same, go forward, and be able to move between those. Is that correct? Is that what am I understanding exactly what you're looking for? Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So I was able to get GML syntax highlighting in Notepad++. So now I can copy your script in here and see quite a bit, like a lot more easier what's actually going on here, which is very, very nice for me. So let me just see, how do I... Nice. Okay. And let me make sure you have a second thing here. Let me make sure I'm not missing something. Okay. I'll ask you if I need them. I'll see if I can... I'll see if I can logically fill this out, and we'll step through this together for a second. Yeah, let's see where we can go with that first, and then if we can't, we'll go on. We'll see what we need to do next. So, okay. Each of the two scripts you sent me are two separate files, right? Even though they both seem very similar, but I'm guessing, yeah, the first one here is like, this is the create it for the very first time. Okay, is the original, and then the second one is the loading, or what do you mean by that? This looks like you're comparing to see if you loaded it properly, The second one. Okay. Okay. So this is your new level. So if you're making a new level, this is what you're doing. Okay, you're only using the second. Okay, perfect. So, creating a new level here. Loading the previous level here. That's for me. So this is the part that's not working, because your dungeon creation seems to be working properly, which is pretty cool. I like what you've got going on here. So, if dungeon level, let's see, where? Oh, it's a global variable. Okay. So dungeon level is less than. Okay, so the first question is, does this section of code actually run at all? Okay, so the saving is working. That makes sense. Your saving is down here, which is here. Yeah. So at the end of making your level, it saves. Okay, that makes sense. Wonderful. So that part works. So the first question is, does this chunk of code, does this else ever truly run? Like, you've run it in the debugger and you've seen it run through this. And you get it to run. Because I can see what you're doing. You're checking which level you're on. And you're loading, you're setting the seed based on what you've done there, okay? That makes total sense. Saving and loading. Yeah, why don't you grab those two scripts? Because I need to look at both of them. I have had a tremendous amount of like tiny problems that are the whole problem, but typically when it comes to saving and loading, if you're not using constants to actually save like the text name of where you're saving stuff and the names of everything, then if you don't type it exactly the same every single time, like one uppercase off, one space off, whatever, then it just will not work. So if I can see these, okay, yeah, if I can see your saving and your loading, so that I can compare specifically that what you have saved, or that you saved something, which you did, and so that's fine, but that you're loading it according to the exact same text pathway and everything, and that you're actually loading it instead of simply like checking that it's there and then not loading it properly inside of here. Okay. If you've got all that typed properly, you're setting global.dungeon level equal to what you load, right? Because just like any other function that you call, like you have to catch what you are asking for. Does that load it correctly inside of that variable? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I'm looking at this. I mean, what you've got looks correct. You are calling two scripts that that don't seem to be here unless I've missed something. Those two scripts seem to be the crux of what is not working. Because I think what you're doing is you're setting the seed if you've loaded it because you saved that seed. And then you load that seed and then you regenerate everything based on that, which in theory, if you have the exact same seed, then you are recreating it exactly the same. Makes sense to me. Oh, weird. Save 1, dungeon level 1, dungeon level 2. Yeah. His seeds are integers. Makes sense. Yeah, thank you. Open save seed.ini. Global.dungeon level 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed. Alright, now you're testing my knowledge of INI files. It has been a little while, not gonna lie. So, the section, save 1, the key, and the value. Okay. And when you are reading... Nope, you did INI read. You write a reel, you read a reel, 100%. The section, same section. The key, dungeon. Yeah, see, this is typically where I make some kind of mistake. Um, Wait, why am I back in right? I want to be in read. Here we go. Okay. It's one of those things where I check that these are all exactly the way that they're supposed to be. But yeah, I would agree with you. They look right. So, here's my next question. You know how to use the debugger, right? I assume you, because you've written some pretty impressive stuff here. I assume you know how to use the debugger. So I'm going to give you this task. Oh, you okay? That's in the actual save file. 3, 2. Okay. Okay. Uh, Makes sense. Big things. So, okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Um. So. Yeah. You don't get an error. So there's nothing wrong with the code compiling and running. You're getting a bug. It's not doing what you want it to do. It's not doing what you expect it to do. I don't know what this AI is trying to say. So it's not building the dungeon at all, or it's not building it correctly, because I saw in your GIF two different things there. So does it fail to rebuild it correctly, or does it fail to build it at all? Because you've got your GIF right here. You've got that room. You clear this last guy. You're on level 2. And I'm not sure if you are going back up. I think you go back up to level 1. Okay, so it's not rebuilding at all. Okay. You're in level 1. It has 2. You go to level 2. It goes... Okay. Thank you. Clears up just a little bit there. Okay. So... trying to figure out if like the code you copied, or like the code I copied here, did all this formatting weird, because I don't want to tell you something based on like a copy and paste error. I'm just trying to make sure you have everything lining up here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if you go to this code here that you've got where you're creating the rooms. I scroll down and I've got a couple of these that, like the brackets, which I call curly fries, seem out of place, but if that was really the case, it should have giving you a syntax error, not a bug. Because if you actually have extra curly braces laying around, like, that's a much larger problem. And so I wonder if I just, like, my copying and pasting and downloading from Discord just caused a few issues. Building it as a new one is not, yeah. And I can see that. You've shown me that, and it looks like that's not an issue whatsoever. So this is the original code. You make it, it builds, then you're modifying it so that you actually read. But after you've added this, it's no longer making... Well, it's not loading it, and it's not rebuilding it properly. So now you've got probably the same issue, but it prevents you from actually going back. It only happens when you're going backwards, right? When it's checking to see if there's a seed and it tries to load it, because on the GIF you sent me, moving down had no problem at all. Okay. Yeah. Um, hmm. If it's not building anything... Because you're setting the seed here. Any chance that you could export your project and send it to me and I can open up the actual project and try running a couple of tests to see what we're doing? Looking at the code here, I don't see the specific problem. Nothing jumps out. If not, that's fine. I can give you a couple ideas in my head. See, Salad, literally every single person says that. And yet, if you've made a project, you literally have a game right here. You have a game working, playable, and just looks awesome. Like, don't even preface it that it's a mess. It's your game, and it's okay because it's working, which is better than mine at the moment. Just saying. So, if you're willing to, you can send it to my email. I just want to run through a couple of debug options. Like, I want to see what happens after this. So, my first thing to send you as a test, if you don't want to send me the project, which is completely fine, is what would happen if you took all of this, if you took all of the loading and you did it after you create the level. So it's kind of a waste of time, but essentially make the level exactly the way it's supposed to be, and then if there is a file to be read, read that file, and then rerun all of that code based on the new seed and see if that would fix it. I don't know why, but like for me, I need to be able to do stuff to see what's going on, and as I run down those rabbit holes, I figure out what's going on. So if I have the project in front of me, I can run through that and I can track the debugger, put in some messages, and check all of the values, which is a really quick and easy way for me to be able to do that. If you email it to me or drop it in here for a second, and then you can take it away as soon as I download it, that works too. Whatever works easiest for you. Yeah, your code doesn't look like a problem to me. I don't see an obvious reason, and because you're using multiple global variables, it's hard for me to know exactly what's happening. Okay. You can email it to me. There's my email. Let me hop on that really quick. Okay. Hello, Flyer Derek. Yeah, I agree. This Salad Your Game reminds me of like the old school dungeon crawlers. I never played a lot of them, but something like Wizardry, I think was a first person one, but that kind of stuff. My brother used to love these games. He used to play a game called Draken, which I could never understand how it worked in the first place, so I was always confused watching it. But it was like one of his favorite Super Nintendo games back in the day. But that kind of stuff is really cool. Okay. Let me know when you send it and where you put it, Salad, and I will take a look. I see your message. Yeah. You've got some steps that you have for how you test your game or how you get into it, stuff like that. Everybody does. That's exactly how it works. So, hey GT, starting my journey this week on a Carnvis 22 Pro. You have to. I don't know what that is. Am I reading that right? A Carnvis 22 Pro. Oh, okay, a drawing tablet. There you go. For good, are you asking specifically for a like how to use this device, or tutorials and information on like getting into drawing like pixel art or art for video games? Oh, Canvas. Okay. Actually, right here. This guy, Adam. I am not an artist, but this guy does a lot of live streaming, which is really cool. But he live streams and discusses art, pixel art specifically, and his art is fantastic. So look up Adam C. Eunice, and then just start watching and start doing. Because the biggest thing that you can do is literally just make and draw hundreds and hundreds of pieces of pixel art to figure it out yourself. But he's got like really good videos, and I think he still live streams like every week, probably on YouTube or Twitch. I've gone through and followed some of his stuff because he's actually making a game as well. But yeah, his stuff super super good, and he goes over like the actual theory behind why it works and why he does his art the way he does. Um, so it's a lot more than just draw this here. It actually explains the reasoning behind it, which I think is super important. So, yeah, take a look at him. Someone I've actually watched and read really good stuff. As far as other stuff, if anyone else has an idea, feel free to chime in. I don't do a lot of art myself. Um, I use it a lot. I don't make a lot myself. But that tablet looks very nice. If I was going to do art, I'd much rather have something I can draw on than my mouse. 100%. Every video I see for Tiled is very old. So I'm trying to learn Tiled right now to see what it can do. If it's going to work for my workflow, might add it into it. I don't have the desktop audio playing intentionally. If you are interested, I can turn it on, but I figured I would actually listen to it myself instead of making you listen to it. But I also lost my music, and I don't know why. So I'll put that back on really quick. Tiled is all about making tile sets for maps. So I've got it open here with an example tile set. This is how you get in here and make stuff. So when you're doing level design, typically you're using tiles, which is a tile sheet, which kind of looks like this. So an artist like you would make something like this that's specifically designed to be able to almost be painted. And so like when you go in, you would paint almost the ground in a way that automatically connects it in a way that looks really nice, like these paths and these mountains and cliffs. You use this tile set, design a level, and then Tiled allows you to go in and you can add animations, you can add collisions for what is and what should be, all of that kind of stuff. So this is one of the tile sets I bought for the game I'm working on. I love this art style. It's reminds me of the classic Super Nintendo games that I grew up playing and love them. And so I need a good workflow to design levels but have my unique collision-based system in them. And GameMaker is struggling. So all of these tiles are 16 by 16, and you can see they have, like, they're broken down. And some of them are larger, so when you do larger ones, you just either make them 2, 4, you can even, like for the trees, they're a lot bigger. They're like 128 or something. So you can just take these, and if I knew what I was doing in here, I could actually place them. But I legitimately do not even know how to put stuff in Tiled yet. That's how much of a noob I am. I am just getting started. Like, I literally downloaded this right before the stream and figured I'd learn as I go. So yeah, this is doing something. I just have no idea what it's doing. So yeah, tile sets are fantastic. If you're looking to get into art, pixel art tile sets are very, very useful. So don't not do those, because we definitely need more of them. Oh, there we go. I had random mode selected. There we go. So now I can just select and put this down wherever I want. Jeez. That was annoying. Yeah. Cool. Alright. Salad, just let me know once you have sent anything. Oh, hey. I found it. I'm gonna grab some new music as well. I like this one, but I've been playing it a lot. I need a larger selection. Looks like they have a Hollow Knight OC remix, which is cool. Okay. Alright, Salad, I see your project. I downloaded it. Give me just a second, and I'm going to put it up. Okay. Dungeon generator. Salad, are you fine if I show off your project, or do you want me to keep it over here and just run the game and look at it? Do I need to run through like the debugger and actually look at your code, since that's the whole point of what I'm doing here? I just don't want you to... I want you to make sure that you're fine with whatever I'm doing on it. Okay. Oh yeah, good point. I think I got rid of GameMaker 1.4 a little bit ago. I believe... you can't download it from here anymore, can you? And I do not want to convert it. Do you know how to download 1.4 easily? Yeah, I'm sure there'd be a lot to do if I tried to convert it. I don't want to try to convert it. Oh, there we go. I'd have to click on version 1.4. Okay. I was in the right spot. Just didn't click on the green thing. Okay. This will be a little nostalgic, not gonna lie. I haven't used this in a very long time now. Should be fun though. Assuming it works. Okay. stable. There's no more updates. That's irrelevant. Ho ho. Do you get this page every single time you open it up too? Oh no. Do I have to have a license to use it properly? There's a welcome page. Okay, so I have to log. Do I have a license? Let me check. So I worked for Yo-Yo for a little bit, and they basically gave me licenses to like all of the stuff. Don't tell them because I still have them. So I have like all of the licenses for free, which is fantastic. I don't know that I have. I think I have a 1.4. I feel like I bought 1.4 at one point in time, and so I probably have a license key because I taught on it. I used it. I made courses on it. Okay, I don't have all the licenses. I have like 2. But that's still something. Maybe I bought... No, I bought GameMaker Studio 2 in 2017. 8 years ago. Okay. Let me see if I can... They might just be forcing me to log in. Which is fine. So, okay, maybe not. It is not letting me log in. Don't want that. Okay. GameMaker 1.4. Okay, cannot log in anymore. Need a license key. Okay. It looks like I just typed a bunch of numbers and then the license was accepted. Yeah, I can't imagine they would care too much about this, like, too much anymore, you know? Yeah, I just literally just pounded on the keyboard with numbers instead of letters, and it worked. So, give it a second. Yeah, I mean, as far as like getting free goodwill, giving away your old products, like GameMaker 1.4 is a great way to give back to the community and earn goodwill. So like I would say they should have taken away the entire login page there, but just typing in numbers works as a license key, it looks like. So, there you go. So we'll give it a second. Okay. Trying to find these tile tutorials. This one's a year old. I think it should work alright. It's the closest thing I found. So, write it down. Yeah. Let me just write down these random numbers. It is doing a massive update, though. So, Salad, what platforms are you looking to make your game on? You going to release it on Steam, on itch? You going for a console? What are you doing with it? Windows, itch, and itch. Nice. Nice. Does your game have a name yet? Because mine does not have a name. I have not spent very much time working on a browser. Um, Whenever I try to export to a browser, it struggles greatly. So I have not done much of that yet. It just seems to... Things just seem to break whenever I try that. So I'm glad you've got it to work, though. It's so nice to be able to do that. Okay. I'm pressing F5. It's loading. Okay, it's compiling all the textures. Looks like everything's going good. So, I load this up, and you said... Was that in the email, or was that in this chat? Let me see. You said something about the book and the 4th page. Oh, that's fascinating. That's cool. I'm glad it works for you. That's awesome. Maybe that's my problem, is when I try and host locally it has issues. I know you're supposed to actually load it to like a website. So maybe I'll look into itch a little bit more, because maybe that would be a significantly better thing to do than what I've been trying to do. So, click to the right side until page 4. Oh man, that's beautiful. I love that. Cool. Okay. Dungeon level 1. 4 rooms. So I'm here. I assume I click on this. I am now at dungeon level 0. I went up. How do I get out of dungeon level 0? Oh. Apparently right-clicking restarts. Okay. Okay. Level 1. Okay. I'm moving through. Okay, so I'm in level 1 with 2. I go down. Now, do I need to wait, or can I... I probably can't go back while I'm fighting. That's probably why all your gifts were like that as well. Okay. Perfect. I can replicate the issue. That's the most important part. Now, let's see if I can remember how to actually access anything inside of GameMaker 1.4. It's been a while. Alright. If you want to direct me, go for it. Otherwise, I'm probably... Actually... Control-Shift-F... Script... Save... Alright, I'm going to go to controller alarm 0. OBJ controller. Alarm 0. Perfect. If you've never seen GameMaker 1.4 before, this is how it was back in the day. How do I... Is it still F8? Nice. Okay. Now... Is it F9 and F6? Woo! Muscle memory right there, dude. Let's go. Oh, wait. I actually want it to be here. Okay. Okay. Here's the debugger. I remember this thing. The new debugger is so much better. So much better. Oops. Don't right click. Okay. So, my plan here is I've got a debug, I've got a breakpoint on where we actually load it up. I want to see it in action. I want to see it happen. Oh man, you've actually got your doors lined up properly with your dungeon too. That is impressive. I'm really curious how you've gone about doing all of this procedural stuff. I can see your code, but I have not tackled procedural generation yet. I've thought about it, but I haven't done it yet. So what was it like going and making your own procedural dungeon crawler? Like, was it harder than you expected? Did everything work pretty well? Did you find anything, like, was it... I'd love to just hear your experience on it, because it's something that I am going to work on, and there's so many different approaches to it. I'd love to hear how yours went. Okay. As you type, I'm going back up. This should trigger the breakpoint. If it doesn't trigger the breakpoint, then none of the code is running itself. Okay. So... Does this have a real-time debugger? It does. Okay. So, my debugger here, so I can look at all the global variables and the local variables that we've got. So, I'm looking at dungeon level is 1. Dungeon level is less than global.dungeon level new. Dungeon level new. I'm already inside this code, so I know it must be true. Okay. Gotcha. You've got a lot of stuff there. There it is. Okay. Dungeon level 2. 1 is less than 2. So now we're loading. Okay, I'm going to step in. So I'm actually going into the script. We're opening the file. Global.dungeon level 1 seed is there. Level 2 seed. And then level 3 seed. Why did I not see anything change? So here's your actual save file that I just found from the game running right now. Dungeon 1 seed. Okay, you're reading it as a real, not a float. You cut off those zeros. They might not mean anything. I have no idea. I don't think they do. Okay. All of that looks correct. So it is saving correctly, and it looks like it loaded correctly. So we're going to keep walking through. Dungeon level is 1, because that's... We were on 1, we moved to 2, we're going back to 1. Random set seed. Okay. All of that worked exactly as you've seen, and you know it does. All of that worked great. So... Now... We're going to for loop. If grid. How do I look at grid? Grid's not a global variable, so it shouldn't be here. Let's see. Isn't there a way to, like, split this? Yeah. Here we go. No. No. Since dungeon level... Well... No, you're just checking if a number... If a variable is equal to a number, it can never be equal to more than one at a time. The else if would be more optimized, but, like... You could literally not tell because it's such a small thing. So, like, I would not worry about it. Okay, so I can go in here. So I found our actual grid variable, and I am viewing it as a grid itself. So you can see here's your entire grid. And then I can jump in and I can see. So grid 0. It's a grid, so you've got 0, and then you have all of these values inside of here. So you have the potential to have some... Are these like really big maps, or is your cell size just really small? Because I'm not sure. But here's your grid, and we can loop through, and we can see exactly what it's doing, where it's doing it. So, how do I view... Constants. Oh, that's cool. I don't need that though. Locals. I already got that. All instances. Whew, that's cool. Call stack, buffer, render states, surface. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So, let me see. I want floor. That's a lot of floors. Is it macro floor? Is that hard? You've set floor to be a constant. What is floor? Trying to figure out where, I want to make sure I know exactly what it is, and I can't seem to figure out how to tell. Are macros different in here? I thought it was... What am I doing wrong? What are the, how would I find it? In 1.4, I thought macro was a hashtag macro like this. Macros down the tree. Wait. What does that mean? Oh, is there something like actually called... Oh, there's a folder called macros. Oh, okay, okay. And 2, you can actually just write them straight in code itself. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. I don't... Okay, so floor is -5. Right now, your grid... I can't really go through every single one of these, but it looks like every single one... It looks like they are all -7, which is the void. Is that what they should be right now? Like, are we starting fresh on this? Because this is... You're adding the walls. So, is the expected behavior here to be... Okay. Alright. Just making sure. So... This is going to loop through. Okay. So if... So if I do this and I press play... It should pause again. Wait. Oh. Okay. So I'm actually in the game right now. So it did not come back and pause. So this is good to know. So we're in 99 and 103. So 99. No. Maybe the other way? There we go. Okay. Do I have sticky notes on here? No. Okay. I just need to keep a couple notes as we go. So, so level 1. So level 1, it should be building floors at 103.99. So we run this through, and it's going to do it over and over and over. So I'm going to take this breakpoint off. I'm going to put it back up here, and then press play. I'm going to remove this breakpoint, actually. Okay. So, I know at the very least where it should be building when it goes back to restart, if it has the exact same seed. So, that gives me some information to work with. We can move through this dungeon, and then I can check that. Because I agree with you that it does seem to be saving and loading correctly. So I'm going to go down. I think I just saw your problem. I need to check it again, but I think I just saw it. So if I go back up now, I'm going to put my breakpoint back over here. And our grid should be 103.99. There should be some empty floors there. And there's not. So, okay, I think I actually saw it. Let me see if I can redo this really quick. And you can see this in real time. So, look up here. You got your dungeon level 1, 2, and 3 seed. Your dungeon level 1 seed is, I don't even know. Can I copy that value if I pause it? Nice. So, I can put this in here so I can actually keep it. Okay. So your level 1 seed, I've got copied. When I go down a level, your level 1 seed is going to change. When you generate level 2 seed, you also regenerate level 1 seed. I think. Okay, this guy's really tough. Come on, Buster. Okay. So, watching here. Nope. Okay, I might be wrong. Did not regenerate the seed. Has to put the first floor in the center of the room, and there it would build a dungeon. I have no idea how the rest of your how you choose all of it. It makes sense to me that you would choose the floors first and then go out, but I have not followed the Heartbeast tutorial on random generation, so I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna go back out because I want to test something really quick. So if I go back, so these remain constant. The actual rooms remain constant from each to each. But if I go up, okay. Okay. Your level 1 seed, your level 2 seed, those did not change. Let me make sure. I'm going to compare the actual save file to that. Okay, yeah. So you fill it all with the void. And then you repeat down here to set randomly some of them to the floor. Is that how that works? And then you go through, and then once you've done that, you find all the floors that you've done. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. Okay, so here's save 1. Yeah. That's a really good guess, and I was actually just wondering that the same thing. But you don't use any randomization in this code. Because you're doing math, grid create, grid set. There is no... There's nothing random about any of this except here. This uses iRandom, which means it's going to give you... Yeah. I love commenting out my code as well, so I can come back or find it months later and then delete it, not remembering what it did. Okay, that all makes sense to me. So, I wonder... Where do you use seeder character direction, I'm guessing. Where do you actually use that? If I random odds... Okay. So yeah, this is the only thing you do. But you only use it if it's brand new. Actually, where? Yeah, where is that? So you've got your... You create this. And then when you're making a new dungeon, you actually set it. But when you're loading a dungeon, you don't use that at all. Is that relevant at all? You've got character direction, but you don't use it down here. Hold on a second. I'm going to take out your randomize. And... I'm going to load this up for a second. And I'm going to put in... Oh, that's obnoxious. No. I want that window to stay up, not disappear. So in your loading, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to take this where you set them, and I'm just going to put that right into the script because you load them And then... Wait. Random... Wait a second. I'm in the wrong spot. I'm gonna say you should be doing this, and I know you are, but I'm pulling it from the wrong spot. Now, it shouldn't matter at all that I'm setting all three of these, because you're saving them every time. So, when we call load, I'm just gonna actually comment this whole chunk out. I'm gonna do what you did. I'm gonna try putting it at the top, and specifically before you call randomize, so that you don't actually even call randomize, because you don't want to after the very first time. So the only time you'd want to do this is here. And if that's the only time you're going to do that, I'm going to put that in the only place that you're actually doing this. I could be completely off. I'm just trying something here. So I want to call this Okay, I think I understand what I'm trying to do here. So, you always make this. For every new room, you make that. You get the controller X and Y starts directly in the middle of the room. Odds always start at 1. If it's a brand new level, I assume that's being updated properly, but I don't know if that... Don't know how much that matters, so we'll see. So if that's a new one, we do all of that. Awesome. And then we make sure we save it. After we've done that, we're going to load up the dungeon seeds if they exist. Like, you just saved them. So if you saved them in dungeon level 1, then if we load it from dungeon level 1, it will be what was just saved. There's no harm whatsoever in loading that. But whatever the case, if we're on a new one or not, we load it directly after, and then we go on to this. Is there a way for faster debugging to power up the player so that I can just kill things in like one hit? Is there one specific variable that I could alter to be just OP as all get out? Okay. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Now, I wonder if I broke something here, because I'm at the end of the first level, and there's no exit room. So I wonder if I already broke something within your code. Have you ever seen this problem before, or did I just generate this problem? Go, oh, I see. The actual exit's over here. That's cool. I like branching paths. There is no problem. Except for the problem we're trying to fix. Which is not that problem. Okay. I want real-time debugging to be turned on by default, but whatever. Dungeon level 1. I go down. We're at dungeon level 2. We have generated a new seed. Fantastic. Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. I wasn't sure if you generated the dungeon and put the entrance in one spot, or what you're doing is you are forcing them to explore everywhere, and then they can escape. Okay. Let's go back up. Game is paused. Dungeon level is 1. So we already loaded the dungeon seeds. Sure, those are all just fine. And we set them in that script itself. Okay. So if we are looking for wait a second. Oh, wow. Yeah, my dropped frames is at 62%. What? As far as I know, I haven't done anything network-wise, and yet now I'm at... Yep. You probably can't see anything. So... due to rendering lag... No, it's 100% me. I can see it. OBS is telling me that it's awful. But I also don't see a reason for it. I've got some stats up and running, and it's not due to my computer. It's not due to encoding or rendering lag. It is purely due to my internet wanting to just be garbage. And I this happens completely randomly, and it has for such a long time, which is part of why I was hesitant to start streaming too much, because 3 days in a row it had 0 issues, and now all of a sudden I can't push more than a megabit up per second, whereas before I was doing 12, no problem whatsoever. And I am not enough of a network IT guy to be able to, like, see my traffic and isolate something that's taking it. So I wonder if... I wonder if there's... I know how to bring up Task Manager and look at stuff. Let's take a look and see. Something just seems to have completely gone out. Hold on a second. What? I cannot be reading this correctly. What in the... Alright, hold on. How... Man. What was it? Akita does IT? I bet you could probably fix this for me in a heartbeat. Where's... Alright. Did that fix everything? Just immediately? I'm reading all good and green on my end. Hello there, lunatic. I am glad you're not advertising. Hey, if you're here and you're a human and you made a game, I have no problem if you want to share it. But as long as you're not a robot. So, if you made a game, hey, nice job. That's awesome. You're free to show it off then. That's cool. Did you make it in GameMaker? Or did you just drop by and wanted to share your stuff? Okay. You don't... a compiler. Interesting. That's cool. I've never written a compiler before. That sounds really interesting work. Dio, welcome. I am currently debugging one of my viewers' Salad's project in GameMaker 1.4. So it uses a proprietary language called GML. So we're working through that right now, and yeah, it looks like it's working. So the issue, I'm using my phone as my camera, and I have it hooked up through USB, and apparently my computer thought that was a valid source of Ethernet, and so it was randomly moving from my wired 1 gigabit per second Ethernet to my iPhone 100 megabit per second Ethernet that could not do more than 1 megabit per second. Just randomly, completely random, in the middle of the stream, it just decided to jump onto that. Holy cow. That's crazy. But if that works, then that means I am actually now good to go. Holy cow. That is bonkers to me. I another reason, well, possibly another reason to switch over to Linux. I can't imagine Linux would choose the worst of the Ethernet options. Okay. Okay. So, Salad, we were right here, and I just had a thought before the stream died. You are setting here. Your code here says set the floor, and you do this multiple different ways. Is this code essential to actually making your, like, remaking your floor when you move up a level? Because as far as I can tell, there's no floor being generated, but you're checking for the floors down here, but they don't exist because the only code in GameMaker, have you made like that default level and then you're randomly generating like where stuff is put on there and where the doors go? Or are you procedurally generating all of it? Okay. So this is the only room you've got, and you are procedurally generating everything in your game, right? Is that accurate? Because I only see one room in your whole project. Okay. So then, is the fact that we only have, like, do we need this code right here to set the floors? Like, do we need to have that also down here? Because without it, it doesn't seem like you have any floors. Like, if I go back to the game, I've got it paused right here at the beginning of our for loop, but if I put a breakpoint in here and I press play, I'm now back in the game. It never went in. It never once found a floor. So can I take all of this So if I take the whole dungeon creation code, later. The floor is actually shown below. What do you mean it's shown below? Down here? Is this where it is? Okay. Okay. Okay, let me look at that code specifically then. I think I have an idea of how this is working now. I'm getting there. I'm close. If it's floor, if it's wall. Okay. And you go through okay. So I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put that here. Right now, like most of these rooms look very similar. You're just figuring out where to place like treasures and stuff. So I'm curious if you are saving anything and then reloading it, or if you have anything that's persistent. So if it's a floor, okay, tile, add that. Otherwise, you just add walls. Oh no, so it has to be one of the two. Okay. So okay. I'm gonna take these off for a second. Ah. Okay. Now I'll put them back on. Alright, going back up. Dungeon levels 1. Okay. I want to see these get activated. Change this to call stack. Okay. Nothing is persistent except the grid is, isn't it? Like not necessarily like selecting the persistent box, but the grid is not a local variable. No, but you reset it to the void every single time. With my So it's not persistent, but you should be completely resetting it. Does void have a tile associated with it? Like, I'm trying to understand how we can go back a level and it erase essentially the dungeon from that level, but we still have the floors and the walls. How do we still have those when none of this code actually seems to run? Not a single, like when we went back up, instance create never triggered. Neither of these if or else if statements actually triggered when I went back up the stairs. And yet we still have a room that looks like a room. The tile is in the background file in the tree. Background. Okay, that's the floor. That's the wall. So there's floor and wall for backgrounds. And we have this. I see that's a sprite. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try this. Okay. I'm gonna take this. And I'm gonna copy it. And I missed that, so let's put that in there. Okay. Oh no, we got a long one this time. We'll have to keep our fingers crossed for a while. So, is there more what more are you planning on doing with all of the procedural generation and tiles and stuff that you've got? Will there eventually be some kind of movement system within here? Is that why you are procedurally generating stuff? Okay. I'm just curious what you're like. I can see that the dungeon is changing. From the little I'm playing, I don't understand the importance of it changing. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on with it. Yeah. But like you actually have the floors and the tiles, like this is all like you got white, gray, darker gray, and then you have these ones which are like dark gray, and then does any of that matter, or is it purely for aesthetics? Okay. Makes sense. Okay, here we go. I went back up. It's a different layout, but there's at least something here. So we're on to something there. Okay, so that's okay. That gives us an actual working point and some progress, which always feels good. So this right here, you have to have in both spots because it's actually what is setting the floor, and then after you've set the floor, that's what you check to create the walls or to check for walls, and then based on the floors and the walls, that's when you actually create tiles and set them and stuff. So without that chunk of code, you don't do anything else because you reset the grid to be completely void here and you never filled it back up. So that's why that was going on. Now, why? Now the question is, why does it not reset? And I guess the bigger question is, are you going to want it to retain the progress that has been saved? So what is your goal with being able to go back? Do you want the player to... No, they can't hit up different paths. At least right now, you're forcing them to hit every single path, so they can't go back and explore. Will you eventually have more for them to do? What is your goal with being able to go back and save what you like, to save the layout that you had before? Is your goal to add more, to have more exploration and branching paths? And you're going to want to save that they've defeated enemies and which rooms they haven't defeated enemies in? Okay. Where you want to go matters greatly about how you approach what you're trying to do. So, you haven't even started trying to save the progress of it. Right now, all you're attempting to do is just recreate the same layout. Is that correct? Like, am I jumping the gun a little bit? Okay. So then I'll try to forget about that because it's not necessary to solve this problem, and you probably already have an idea of what to do next. So Here's the question. Here's my question then. Where do we set dungeon level at? Dungeon level is 1. I've been watching the debugger. When we're on dungeon level 2, we're on level 2, we're on level 1, so on and so forth. I've seen that, so I know how that works. Like, dungeon level is 1 right now. Let me check something. Oh, this is interesting. Dungeon level 1 seed is currently set to 0. This is not on a new game. This is on the one that we just did. I have almost 3 experience at this point. So... oh, wait, hold on. Am I actually updating these in real time? I am. Okay. I think I'm seeing the pattern now. This looks... I'm trying to... I think this is the exact same set of enemies and everything, right? No. That must be different? I'm still on level 1, and it's this L shape. I'm trying to figure out if this debugger is actually set to this game or not. I'm not even sure that it is at the moment, because nothing is updating, and I don't think that's correct. I think maybe I'm playing the game without the debugger active, but we're still getting this L every single time, which is perfect. Okay, okay. Okay. So, I think I see... I think I have an idea of what's going on. I think we're really close. Yes, I understand. Yeah, I get that. This is actually, like, to me, this is actually a really good thing that at least we are replicating the first one. Oh, curses, that's too long. I'm just going to restart and get a shorter path. But we are getting the same one on level 1. That's even longer. No! And if we're able to replicate it on level 1, then all we have to do is figure out the difference between that and the other one, which I think I already have an idea in my head. It's really nice when the enemy is right there next to you. Your rate of fire is based on the spell existing, and so when you spawn next to the enemy, you just destroy them. Okay. Okay. I'm a fool. I see the problem. Let me go back. This code right here is very important. And I just destroyed it when I should have kept it. So that might be causing some of our issues. Right now I'm always setting the seed to the last one, which in this case has always been 0. Which is why it's been the same on some of them. Oh, one more change. Check if it's 2. Check if it's 3. Okay. Did that save? Yeah, it did. Okay. 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 Now that I fixed that blunder, let's try that again. Your code was exactly the way it should be, Salad. I went and messed it up by throwing it into a script and not doing it correctly. Okay. Real-time values turned on so we can actually see stuff. Weird. Okay. So... Oh, hot diggity. That is a... wow. You have spent some time on this inventory. Holy cow. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Jeez. You got you got big plans for this. That's so cool. Although it might need some sort of scroll bar because that is a lot of items. Holy cow. Neat. Dang. That's impressive. Okay. Where did it go? There you are. Okay. I need to put... Actually, I'll put it right here. Let's just put the breakpoint there. Here we go. Alright. Dungeon level is 1. That's the dungeon that we're on. Dungeon level new is 2. Okay. Jeez. That is an impressive amount of dedication there, Salad. That's crazy. Yeah. It works. It looks nice. You've got that hoverable ability. That's cool. Dungeon level new is 2. Okay. I'm going to load the seeds. Doesn't change that one. Doesn't change that one. Okay. But we need to set the seed. It has now been set. Close the file. Now, as we go through this, it should be exactly the same. We're repeating that 5 times. I'm going to jump down to this for loop. Okay. So this isn't going to happen for a while. So I'm going to put 1 there and 1 there. And now we have found a floor, just like we did before. So it's going to go through. Perfect. Okay, now I want to see this. Okay, it found something. It continually finds something. Okay. And we have an entirely new level. Okay. Alright. It's making it, but it's not making it the same. Okay. We assume that random... If we set the seeds and we call random, we should get the same number every single time. Place a floor, CX. I mean, I would completely agree with you. It seems that something is randomizing it in a way that it shouldn't be. So I guess here's the thing to check is, well, but it can't be randomizing it somewhere because we literally call random set seed right here and then it immediately goes on to do everything. And so there's no code calling randomize. Let me make sure that my thoughts on random and seeds are actually the way GameMaker does them. What am I missing for randomize? In the alarm. So we're right here. So right here is randomized. Yes. 100%. Is there somewhere else? This only happens on the new one. This only happens on when you're moving onto. Create the level second part down here? Or here? No. Oh, what am I missing then? What am I... Wait. What do you mean? Yeah. This right here? Oh wait, tell me the line number. Can you see? You're talking about right here? But this is not randomizing. This is getting a random number. Oh, but this is a comment. Line number line 94 doesn't actually call randomize. If it did, that would be a huge problem. But this is that's not calling the function, and these two should be returning the correct things because we set the seeds. And so you can safely use random. Okay. Well, let's try that then. Um... Oh, hold on. Hold on. I get it. I had the wrong idea originally. So, hold on. Okay. Yeah. No, you're good. I think I've got it. If what I'm thinking here is correct. Hey, I haven't necessarily fixed it yet, but I found a fun little a glitch, like a speedrunning glitch for your game. Helps the debugging process out a little bit too. If this works, it should load the same one, and I'll show it to you, unless you already know about it. I just found it by accident. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go back up, and I think it's going to work. No, it is not. Alright. I can't show you the speedrunning glitch here. Hold on. I have to restart. You have to find one that it works on. Yeah, like this one. So, when you have multiple rooms all in the same direction, if you go into them and you click really fast before before everything is loaded properly, you can pass through all of the rooms at once. So if I click on this, I can pass through all of them, and then I have 3 enemies spawned in the same room. I have no idea if I got the treasure from it, but it moves you through the dungeon very quickly. So, that's kind of fun. Okay, now I'm going to put on a draw GUI event. And I remember this. Where's code? I need just like the code one. There it is. Okay. Draw text random get seed. Where do I have to draw that? Okay. How big is your game? Like, if I draw this at 100 and 100, is it going to show up? I saw that initial room was ginormous. And so I have no idea where to draw coordinates at. Oh, okay, there it is. It's right next to, it's in between level and health. Yeah, the room looks to be massive, but you've scaled it down, and the GUI, I guess, doesn't actually care. Why is your seed I've never drawn this before, so I have no idea if the seed constantly changing is normal. I can't imagine it is, but I actually don't know. Let me try it in mine. I don't know why you'd want to do that. Why the seed would want to be changing. Yeah, and the alarm itself is not doing that much stuff. Oh, wow, that's way off. There's my seed right there. It's 0, because I've never done anything with it, and it's not changing. But your seed is constantly changing. This is the draw GUI, so it's not doing anything, which means something in your game is like every single step it's calling randomize, unless 1.4 handles it differently than 2, which is entirely possible. Here we go. Well, it can't be in the create event. It has to be in a step event because it's happening every single frame of your game. So that's in the alarm event. Oh. So create. Found randomize and OBJ stairs create. So you are calling randomize in many different objects create events. So like in the chest, in this, and level 1, oh yeah, that's where it's supposed to be. And level 1 create, in hero hit. So whatever this is, hero hit. So I'm not sure what you're trying to do here. Like you're calling randomize, but this function specifically just sets the seed. Like it returns the seed to you, so no, because every time you call it, you get a new number, and you don't want to use randomize to do stuff like that. So I think that is kind of what's going on here. This seed, I mean, it's changing all the time, and in theory, that shouldn't matter, but you might want to look at wherever you have this code, and you want to come in here and change whatever that's supposed to be doing. You probably want to replace each of those with just like an random, whatever you're doing with it. I'm not totally sure, but that could be causing some issues. But if the code here is proper, that should yeah, let me just see what happens if I do that. Yeah, that's what I was about to do. I wasn't sure if it would break anything, but I'm like, I might as well try it. Well, if you don't know, then I certainly do not know. Oof. Your project is massive. Just making saves takes quite a while here. Oh yeah, you've laid a fantastic groundwork for like a dungeon crawler of epic proportions, and now you're just slowly building into it. And I mean, that's kind of how I like to do things too, is I think about how it's going to be, and then I build that system, and then slowly over time start utilizing it fully. It's how I work, so. Okay. Um, is this OBJ level object still in the actual game anywhere? Because I know we have the controller object, but is the level object in there? Because... Okay, because if that was, that would explain some things. Like, it might be overriding what I'm trying to fix right now. Okay. Let me... All of those are done. Now, did you spell randomize with an S anywhere? No. Okay. Alright. Let's try that now. I don't know if that will break anything, but calling randomize that many times at the very least is going to be very, like, poor performance. It'll add up over time. Because that function, you just don't need to use there. Okay. 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 So, yeah, so far so good. I haven't done anything yet. I'm guessing once we add in those things, it'll make a difference. But let's find out. Okay. Huh? Fights are still happening. Doesn't seem to be a big deal. And now we have 1 seed. Okay. So we caught all those. I think we're all set on that front. Okay. Alright. Let's speed run this puppy. I could take on 3 guys, no problem. Okay. Don't know if I could do 3 bosses at once, though. That would be dangerous. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, so one thing you'll want to think about, which maybe you have already or not, but looking at the debug, you can actually see that dungeon level 2 seed is already set. Because you don't delete the file, it's persistent on the user's device. And so because I've been down to level 2 before, in theory, if everything works correctly, if like, it's going to load what it had before every single time you play. The only time it will ever be different will be the first one. So you might want to completely delete the file each time you load the game if you want that, or figure out some kind of system. Okay. That's our seed. Because the dungeon level is... Oh, so it'll choose to do the new one each... It'll run this code. Okay, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. The dungeon level seed is still... It seemingly is still the same. I don't think that has changed at all. And yet, it is not generating the same dungeon. You've got a good tricky thing here. I like it. So I'm gonna put this here. No, we'll put it here. Go down. See, dungeon level 2 is staying exactly the same. This is the same configuration as it was like last time we just loaded it. So level 2 is staying the same. But when you go back up to level 1, it's not. So we randomize it, which is fine. So if I do that, okay, great. The game isn't going to show that yet because it hasn't done the draw event, which is fine. Okay, whatever. We go into load. We load the seed, or we load it into there. Dungeon level is 1. And we set the seed. Yep, it's not a new one. So now the seed has been set, so all of these random ones should produce the exact same results as it was before. That's the whole point of setting the seed. I'm gonna move out of this event. I want to see what's after this, because this code does not look wrong to me. Like, this looks correct. I'm wondering if there's something somewhere else after this that is running, that is doing something, because this looks right to me. This seems like it should be correct. Stairs. OBJ stairs. Wait, OBJ. That in the stairs, the MP grid clear all OBJ controller dot grid. No, this looks like it happens first, because this is what actually sets your alarm, right? You reset the grid, you clear them all, you destroy everything in here, you set the alarm, and then 10 frames later, that's when the code that we've been looking at actually runs. And at the top of this code, you recreate grid. Okay, you reset obj controller.grid. Yep, that's the one we're using. So that actually seems unnecessary because in 10 frames before anything happens in your controller, well, you actually recreate the grid completely, which means that the old one is completely deleted, which is more thorough than clearing. Yeah, OBJ stairs 2. Left button press, right? Right here, OBJ stairs 2, left button pressed. You clear the grid, destroy everything, set the alarm. And this is where you're also increasing the level based on where you're at and stuff. That makes sense. That seems to work perfectly fine. Stairs 2 is going down. Oh, okay. So stairs 1. Set player dungeon level minus equal 1 because you're going back up. Set stairs equals 0. You're doing the same thing here, here, here. You destroy the player, you reset the alarm. I don't see a problem with it. I do see a debug solution though. Oh geez. Since you have, I see that I found the check on stairs. So to make it a little bit faster, if we go to stairs, if on the left pressed, if I just set this, if I set those numbers to be bigger, I think in theory, then I can just click through without having to actually fight anybody or collect anything. That way we can run the tests a lot faster. And all the doors too. Oh no. Don't tell me that. Alright. Actually do tell me that. That's very important. OBJ, what are the doors called? Just door something or door closed? These ones? Gotcha. I'm gonna just copy that. That way I don't have to keep retyping it. Man, I do not remember. Did not remember that GameMaker makes you save like every single time you do anything. You're just not allowed to like close anything without it trying to save you and take an hour. No, don't tell me there's an error. I'm getting confused on the error versus a change. So what did I do? Oh, that line had the open bracket on the end of it, and I deleted it, or I deleted it on accident. So, okay, good catch, good catch. Now, can we freely roam around the castle? No, because I made more errors. Same thing. Gotcha. One more. Ah, I keep pressing Control S when I don't need to press Control S. Come on. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Treasure galore. Oh no, you can die. No! Okay, I gotta be faster. I gotta let her actually kill a couple of them, otherwise I will die. But I might be able to speed run it here and exit. Nice. Okay. Okay, so this here, I don't know. To me, oh no, the enemies still exist. This here seems to me like I am getting the exact same formation of the second level. And then I'm always getting these three when I come back up. So something somewhere is being set. Something is being set correctly somewhere. Here, give me 1 second. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so that's good to know how to view the whole dungeon. So the first level is random. This one we've been getting differently every single time. But when I'm going to try not to die. When I go down to level 2 is do you have code specifically to make level 2 in a specific kind of formation? Because it seems crazy to me that it would always be in that like upside down U shape. I don't know how you have things, but that seems too normalized to be random. So I'm going to go down. Yeah, so there's your whole dungeon there. And if I go back up, it's always this one now. It's always just these three. Which means that this is actually... It actually is working. It is working. We are definitely using these two seeds to generate 1 and 2 right now. It's these three, and then it's that upside down U. Like if I go down here, I'll just go down. I'll probably die. But it's this exact same thing again. And if I go up, it's this 3 again. Which means we are 100% hitting the same seed right now. We are loading the seed correctly. The problem is, the first time we go to level 1, it is randomized. Because it's a new level. So it does call this, it doesn't set the seeds here, and it does this randomly, with a random seed. Then, the next time we run it, or the next time we go down, it's loading the seed that we have saved in our file. And then when we go back up, it's loading the seed that we have saved in our file. I feel like I'm missing something right there. Yes. I mean, I would agree with you, except that it's not remembering the first dungeon level. But I have an idea, so hold on. So... Okay. Here's your seed for the game. I'm going to delete this file, and we are going to get different level 1 and 2 dungeons now. Well, I think so. Okay. We always got a different one last time, so that's fine. But I should be able to see... Okay. This is a problem. And this might be what's going on. We have generated dungeon level 1. We have gone through the code, generated it, and told it to save it. But it didn't save it. It created the file. That file does not have a randomized seed because randomized did not choose 0 for the seed. So that did not save our first seed. Something happened. It did not save our first seed. So why was this? How did this not actually save it? So you are... I saw this code and I thought it should be deleting the file. And that makes sense, unless... I don't know either, and that's the problem now. If it was saving the first seed, I think we would be good. Because that's the issue. It's not saving it correctly. But if you go back multiple times, then it does save it eventually. So there's something that works, but not the first time. What is dungeon level the very first time? Dungeon level is level 1. Dungeon level 1 seed has now been set. Except dungeon level... Oh wait, hold on. Real-time results, please. What? Wait. Dungeon level 1 seed should have just been set, but it's still 0. Why is it still 0? So it's writing it, but it's going to write as 0 because that's what it came through as. Oh. No, because when I did that... Okay. So this, I think, I don't know if this, now our code is mixed, but dungeon level 1 has already been set by the time we get here. So this is actually never going to call. So my code here was supposed to set it if it was not one of these, but I didn't realize it's always one of those, and it's already set by the time that we've done this, which means that now, if we do this, when it goes to actually get the seed will actually be something. Because before, it wasn't a proper seed. I wish you the best of luck interpreting everything that I'm doing with your code and using it again. That's gonna be fun. I think realistically, it's actually not a lot of changes. I think it's just a few tweaks. So, dungeon level 1, get the seed. The seed has been gotten. Now, we go in and we save it. Okay? It's been saved properly. Now, I'll put a breakpoint here so that when we come back, we can check it. We have generated the seed, saved the seed, created this level 1 based on that seed. Now, when I complete this, it should take me directly back to here with this exact same one. And this is like a Tetris piece or something. So I'm going to see if I can speed run it and exit. Okay. So load the dungeon seeds. Yep. All of those are the same. Now, we're on level 2. Random set seed. We set the seed to 0. So we're actually going to randomize it instead. Because the default is 0, which means there was nothing in there. So we actually just randomized it. And now we're going back down here because it's a new level. Okay. We're not on level 1, we're on level 2. Dungeon Seed level 2 has been saved. 1, 2, 3 have been saved. Oh. Gotta close the file before I can actually see it. Those all match up. Makes sense. We're just doing the same thing we've done already. Now I gotta get back to the game before I die. So I gotta press play. Oh wait, what am I missing? What did I feel like I've got code running somewhere still. What's going on? Oh. Play. Now go back up. Random set the seed. Not randomize. Don't go through there. Okay, so we skipped that whole section. That is not what we had originally. Oh no, there's more than 10 enemies now. I can't move on to the next room. I think I died, but I'm not sure. I think I may have just glitched out your game with too many enemies. Okay. Now, we are saving. We are loading properly. You do not have a tremendous amount of extra randomizing going in there. I was excited, okay? We have saving and loading properly. That's working. Everything else looks like it. So if I load this back up, we should see that, like, almost L Tetris piece, or the E Tetris piece, or whatever it was, for the first level, because that's the seed that was saved that we built on. And I haven't deleted that file yet. The file is right here with the seeds in it. Press play. Yep, there it is. So you are correctly making the levels based on the seed. All of that's right. So why, when I went back up the stairs, did it not make the same level that it just did right here? That's kind of the question, because we literally just loaded it back up, pretty much doing the exact same thing. There shouldn't have been any difference whatsoever here. And yet, I mean, there is. There obviously is. So, what is it? Okay. Now we should have... I don't remember what the dungeon looked like. Maybe you do on this next one. I'm going to go through. We've seen this code work already. But now... Oh, that's a new one. Yeah, it's a brand new one. That makes sense. We went to a new one. We said if we're on a new one, we're generating a brand new one. Now we are. So every time we go down a level, it's brand new. I don't know if you're going to want that. But right now, that's not what we're trying to focus on. We're just trying to load the previous one. So, you go back up, and it's not. Yeah, every lower level, you get a new dungeon. Makes sense. So, how is it that I'm going up and not getting the same dungeon? Okay, I'm pretty confident going down is mostly working the way we want. It's the going up. Dungeon level 1. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. I get what you're doing and what you want, and I think for the most part it's working that way. Hmm. Man, what is... There's our E shape. Because we started it up and it successfully loaded up this seed. So every single time you start this, you're going to get that exact same one. So the I don't know why, but the oh, this is probably in the wrong spot. You're deleting the file successfully, but this is still saved. Like, all of them are still saved because we already loaded all of them up here first. So we loaded all of them in your global variables. So if you delete the file, it still remakes the file the exact same way. That's why that's happening. So there's our thing. Every single time, that's how it's supposed to be. But you don't want... you want it to, when they start a game, it's new. So when we load seeds, we can call the delete there. Because we don't need to do anything besides open this up. Open that up. Trying to imagine if this is where we want this or not. If when we're loading it the very first time. No, this is loading it every single time. So I think if we do that, it would make it so that when you actually run this and the seed has not been set yet, it'll delete it and start over. So now if I run this, we should not have that same shape. because down here is where we actually call randomize after we've checked to see and load the file. And so this should actually delete them and start fresh every time. But it should not do that. Yeah, there we go. But it should not do that when we go back. Oh, boss. Okay. Nope. Okay. So brand new level going down here. Awesome. Looks cool. Now if I go up, in theory it loads what it was before. That is not what it was before. Okay. It didn't delete the file though, so it did save it. So it didn't delete the file like I expected. So it did save it, but it's not using it when you go back up. There's something somewhere that when you go back up those stairs, it is not actually using that seed. It's changing something somewhere. I just don't think it's this code we're looking at. And we have a new one because we set it to delete the file if the seed was 0, which every time you start a game, it will now be 0. So in that sense, that worked perfectly. It deleted it, it let us start over. Now, if I get rid of that, yeah, I'm talking to you, but I'm also talking to myself because I'm a verbal processor. Okay. I took out that code. We should have the exact same map now for level 1. Yes. Exact same map every time we load. Okay. So that is working. Why? Is there something else happening when you go back up the stairs? You said those were OBJ stairs that you click on, right? No, nothing else happening? Where at, Nathan? And welcome, by the way. I'm amazed someone is here watching this. um, we have several checks if it is. There's only one. Oh, so you mean just literally if should there be two? Yes. This is 1.4, and only recently. I mean, 2 equals is comparison. Yes. In GameMaker, in the last like couple months, they add an update so that if it's 1 equal sign, it will no longer work. But for the last like 20 years of GameMaker, 1 equal sign in an if statement has been an acceptable way to check for comparison. Otherwise, yes, 100%, it would be setting it. In a different, more strict language, it would be setting it instead of checking it. But that's not the case here. Having to doesn't hurt. If you got any more ideas, you let us know. I think Sal and I are both running out of ideas here. Because everything that I see looks good. I mean, it has nothing to do with your sloppiness. Your code is perfectly fine. You even have good comments literally all over the place. I can read this and pick this up almost instantly. The problem has not been with understanding your code. It's understanding everything else behind the scenes, and me just forgetting how saving and loading works because I haven't worked on that system in a while. I know that we're like one sign away, one character, one line of very simple code away from it working correctly. Oh, the 2 equal signs? I mean, don't worry about it. I knew exactly what it was and I wasn't concerned. For 20 years, GameMaker allowed it, which almost says that they encouraged it, and so I can't blame anyone for taking advantage of it. The programmer's credo is be as lazy as possible, so if you don't have to type 1 extra equal sign in your thousands of lines of code, hey. Like I said, it doesn't work that way anymore. The one we're on right now, this is like became outdated 8 years ago, 7 years ago. This one specifically is quite old, and like I said, it's been within the last 6 months, maybe a year, that they allowed it. So, hello. Oh, nice. Well, Godot users are welcome here as well. I have fiddled with it, but not too much. I will say the Godot tile sets are fantastic, and they're one of the reasons I've thought about switching over. 100%. Those tile set collisions in there are beautiful. Okay. looking at this code doesn't do any good. I'm just gonna run it and see what's going on. I agree. Somehow it's changing when it goes from level 2 to level 1. It is either re-randomizing somewhere, which it can't, because I can literally see that, or something else is altering it in between what we're looking at. Oh yeah, 3D engines are awesome, but they are massive behemoths that if you are not familiar or comfortable with like technical programming stuff like that, I find them to be too overwhelming. They're just massive. But GameMaker is so good, and I enjoy it tremendously. I use it more than, I mean, it's really the main one I use for sure. Don't. Okay. Here is... no, what... The dungeon crawler allows you to go back up a level, and so when we are at level 2, you can go back to level 1, and the goal is that level 1, which we've already completed, stays exactly the same. It reloads in the same format that it was in. And we saved the seed, which all of that level is based on the seed, but it's not using that seed. It uses it the next time, like for level 2, if we go back to it, it generates the same that it did before, but not level 1. So here's level 1, and we can see the seed. I've saved it right here. Dungeon level 1 seed. That's what it is. That's what it should be. So it should generate this exact format of dungeon every single time we go into this. And it works when we load the game fresh, and I have it set not to actually load it up and not delete other stuff, but it doesn't when moving from level 2 to level 1. Just that one time, it doesn't load it properly. Couldn't tell you why. Even though I want to. I really, really do want to tell you why. Okay, so we go here. We're generating a brand new dungeon because it's empty. So there's our dungeon. And I'm glitching the game out because of what we've done. But now if we go back... Oh, I enjoy it too. And we have been at this, I think, for a couple hours at this point. So you're in good company. I'll tell you that much. And it sounds like you're actually paying attention. I don't know if I would ever join someone in a bug hunt. I enjoy being in it, but I enjoy like having the control and being able to test things. But the fact that you're watching and engaged blows my mind. I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy. So, all the power to you. Okay. Load the seed. Hey, sometimes YouTube does something interesting. I found new stuff that way as well. They have been doing a decent job of promoting smaller streamers and smaller channels. So, the fact that you clicked on it though, that's cool. Yes. So the load dungeon script, well, we haven't saved anything yet. We loaded it because we don't want to overwrite it. Although that's a really good question. No, no, we're saving it every single time we generate a new dungeon. So that's where we want to be. So if I press play, that's our dungeon, which is not what it was before. So we have this really strange phenomena of, like, if I close this and I run it again, I know what dungeon I'm going to get because that seed is still saved right here in level 1. And so loading it up will always get the same dungeon layout. Except moving from level 2 to level 1. There it is. That's the original dungeon layout, just the way we had it before. That's exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Something somewhere between level 2 and 1 is altering it. Force save it. I'm curious what that would look like. I mean, we've already saved it and we've loaded it. Yeah, Salad, I really, really don't think there's anything wrong with this code here. I've moved a few things around, but the bulk of your code was spot on. You just needed to load things in before. Like, that was about it. So I've moved some things around, and I'll send that to you. But honestly, this is working well. Yeah, I want to do that. So I want to move to level 3, but it just takes a really long time because you have to fight every single enemy. So let me see if I can add something in here to, like, you have a controller, don't you? I'm gonna add an event when I press enter. I'm gonna destroy all enemies. What are the enemies called, Salad? Just, oh, is this the right... Is OBJ enemies the correct name if I wanted to destroy every single one of them with a button click? Okay. If I do that, I think we can go a whole lot faster through the debugging process as well. So, let's do that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So I want to see what level 3 to level 2 and then level 2 to level 3 looks like. I just literally have not done it yet because it takes several minutes to get there. This, in theory, will allow us to get there almost instantly. Assuming it's actually loading. There we go. Okay. Oh, if there's no... Okay. Well, let's find out together. Okay. Don't need to worry about that. We're already loading the dungeon. Didn't get an error. Okay. Cool. So I'm just going to speed run through this, destroy everything. Perfect. Goodbye. Oh. Oh no, I can't kill the boss. The boss has a different name. You'll have to tell me what the name of the boss enemy is in a minute. Oh no, why is there multiples of them? Is this guy a shapeshifter or something? Okay. So if I go down... Wait. I'm breaking your game by modifying and trying to speedrun it. Now I can't go down. There's too many treasure chests. And what? Apparently I can click on your treasure chests to generate infinite monies. I love it. OBJ enemies. And then, what's the treasure chest called? I want to delete that as well. Is it OBJ chests? I'm going to go with that. Tell me if I'm wrong. Perfect. Okay. So by doing this, we should be able to power through it. So I'm going to take this breakpoint out for now. Same dungeon, we're good. Okay. Move through. All the way. Delete everything. There we go. Okay. Nice and smooth going down now. So. Holy cowabunga. These dungeons get massive. I had not seen that before. That's crazy. Okay. Here we go. From 2 to 3. Dungeon level 3 does not have a seed. So when we load it up, it's going to be 0. Which means randomize is called. And it chooses a brand new seed and makes a brand new level. That's what our code is doing right now. So that's perfect. Then it's actually going to go here. And dungeon level is 3. So we get the seed that we already set. We go to save it. I'll verify the saving is done. So the dungeon level 3 seed should be right here. And it should be that one. 7604. That's correct. Okay. Saving worked just fine. Now we move back through. Okay. So from level 3 to level 2. Hopefully you remember what it looks like, Salad. Because I already forgot. That was a big level. But if we go to load. We load all of them in. And we're on dungeon level 2. We are setting the seed to whatever 2 was. Which it's right there. It's not 0. Now we're recreating the level based on that. Okay, I remember a little bit, and it definitely was not this. So from level 3 to level 2, it definitely failed. Is this the original level 1? I don't think it was. Yes, yes I am. Welcome back. And we're still debugging. Okay. So now we're just trying to see... Level 1, I am loading properly each time here. This layout is correct. Level 2, the layout is now correct. It's been set. Like once it's like in memory, what? That doesn't make it. Okay. So from level 3 to level 2 now, it is saving and loading properly. From level 2 to level 1, it is saving and loading properly. Although, I do kind of wonder... No, so it's still... What is OBJ Dungeon Final? Salad. What is OBJ Dungeon Final? Because I think WB means welcome back. Because I think that's the green square. Oh, this. Okay, that would make sense why there's multiple and why it changes how many there are each time. Got it. Persistence in the room editor. You can set persistent to both objects and rooms. It's a good question. It doesn't seem like there's any persistence, but hey, I'm out of ideas. Oh, the problem is there's also only one room. This entire, everything that we're looking at, like the enemies, how they're laid out and everything, is procedurally generated, which is why we're looking at the code for loading and saving seeds, because the room is always the same, and then you randomize it, and then from that random seed you generate the layout of the tiles, the walls, and the enemies and the treasures. So it's all based on the seed, which that's where our problem is. We're saving the seed, we're loading the seed, but somewhere in between that, either I have a fundamental misunderstanding of how GameMaker handles seeds, or there's some kind of code altering something somewhere along the way that I have not picked up on. So okay, this is useless. Doing that doesn't work anymore. So thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay. The code for generating hero and enemies and such is executed in OBJ Dungeon Final. So, it's a really good question. This is not my project. So, this is Salad's project that he sent me that I'm now been working on for a little while. So, like, I have a very, very small understanding of how the whole thing works, but it seems like he's got the main room, which is basically the HUD, and then inside of that one square is where all of the generation happens. And so it is loading correctly. My thought was, could there be like some leftover, like a persistent, could there be some leftover objects, leftover drawing, something that is actually covering up what we're looking at? But it, and I mean, that's honestly what I'm leaning towards, is there seems like there's something. You say no, and I believe you, which then makes it harder to find what I'm looking for. Salad, if you could just tell me what the problem is, I would appreciate that. We are debugging Salad's project. So he has a game that looks like this. I'm gonna quickly delete this file. So we are debugging this game, which I think is working. So we've got a dungeon crawler, and right now it has 3 levels, which you move down in, and multiple rooms per level. So as you go into a room, you complete it, you kill all the enemies, or if you know the secret button, you just press enter and kill everything much faster. And what we're trying to figure out is how do we actually make this remember and load correctly. So if I go down, it's going to generate a brand new level. Here it is. I can press escape and you can see the layout of the dungeon is like a square. But if I go back up to level 1, it is not going to load the level 1 dungeon that we just went through, which is the goal of what we're trying to do. We want that dungeon before us to basically be saved as a seed that then we can access again, because we want to be able to go back and have the same dungeon load as before. Hopefully that makes some sense. So if I open up this file, I can open up the file in Explorer here. I can see the 2 seeds that we've already saved. 393, 360, and so on and so forth. Then we have the code. Saving it is literally just in an INI file. This is the file here. There's very, very little data. It's just saving the seed. And from that one seed, all of the code all of the level is randomly generated. Because if the seed is the same, then all of the functions, in theory, should produce the exact same results. That's how I understand how a seed works. If you put the same seed in, you get the same result every time. So that's a really good question as well. And you're right. It looks like they're saved as a seed, but they're not. It's probably just the way that GameMaker is saving it in an INI file, but the function that's actually used is INI. Let me load it. Where'd it go? The actual function to save them is the function INI write real, which writes a integer, or writes a real number, which is an integer or a decimal. There's write real and there's write string. Those are the only 2 options. And so we're writing reals and we're reading reals. That's what we're doing. So yeah, good question, but it's purely a formatting issue, either inside of my editor or just the way GameMaker does it. We're loading the seed. I'm just going over the same code over and over. I don't know how much more value there is in me going over this, because I've done it now several dozen times. I mean, that's a good question. This is the debugger. I can literally see what it is, so I don't need to print it because the debugger is showing what it is. Like, I can see the value of Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2 seed right now. I can try doing a show message. I just think it would be overkill because I can already see it. Seed number different too, or is it giving the same? The seed, if I were to delete the file, it generates a brand new seed every time, because then it actually is purely random. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna let my dogs back inside. They're not happy out there. Yeah. Hey, I am happy to read other people's ideas because, like I said, my brain is legitimately starting to mush over this. So, um, okay, hold on. I just need to verify that what I'm thinking is actually like real. I'm just gonna jump into my project for a second so I can do something that I know will work. So, actually no. I want to verify the thoughts in my head that if you set the seed and you call a random function like iRandom to get a number, that if you set the same seed, it will always give you the same number. So, if it doesn't, then that's the reason that this is happening. Yeah, I mean, the display of it and the saving it in the file, you would think would be exactly the same. I don't know how they could be different, unless there's like an actual bug, but it doesn't feel that way because it starts working after the first time. It only happens, Salad, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it only happens the first time, but then after that, it starts working correctly. So I don't even know. It'll work after it doesn't work once. So, oop, too many. Okay, so I think I found the problem. I don't know if you can see this or not, but down like I'm generating 50 random numbers, but I have the seed set to the exact same seed. And if I restart this, I'll get the exact same order. I should. Yeah, 747990. So like I get that, but if I press it again, the next set of numbers is now different. So if I okay. Let me make sure what I'm saying is correct. If I do this, do I get the exact same set of 50 numbers every single time? 747990565 983. Okay, never mind. I thought maybe it would be different, but it's not. It's the so if you set the seed, you get the exact same output every single time you generate and every single time you call numbers. At least that's how that works here. I assume it works exactly the same in GameMaker 1.4. I can't imagine that they changed things from one to the other, even though it's been a decade. Um, aren't we in Alarm Zero right now? Yeah. Oh. All right. Hold on. Let me. Hold on a second. Setting the seed immediately before we actually try to get a value from it is essential to make sure that we get the same values from it. But right now, if we generate a new level, we are generating that new level from randomize, completely different, completely random seed, which is what we want. But that controls this section of the new one. But then when we come back, we're saving it. We're saving it, but we're doing more calls. We're doing them twice. So, the first, you run this 5 times, right? And you call iRandom, what is this, 15, no, you call it 10 times here, or technically 11. In this chunk of code, you call iRandom 11 times. Now, those first 11 times will always be the same on the seed, but we call it 11 times, and then we do it again down here to generate the level anew. But the problem is, we've already called it 11 times, and now we're calling it another 11 times, and the second time we go through this, we don't do this. Which means this runs, and it's the first set of 11 calls of iRandom to give you your numbers, not the second set. So the seed is the same, but we have called iRandom a different amount of times, which means we're going to get different values. So that means that this whole section, we need to make it all exactly the same based on whichever one we're doing, whether we're making a new level or loading, we have to call the random functions the same amount of times. So we have to change this up. I am sure that's what's going on here. So how do we need to basically confine your code and not have it be running twice, because that doesn't work. I think what I did was I pulled this down here with the idea of just overwriting whatever was done, but that's actually not what we want to do. We need it to actually only run one time and then go from there. So why is this different at all? How do we clear the differences between these two and have it work? I mean, it makes sense to me, Houdini, until I press run and after I make these changes and it doesn't work. But that's not going to happen. It will work this time. I feel very confident about that. I think that's what it is. Now I just have to figure out how to combine the code in a way that makes sense. So... okay. Let's see. Can I... I'm so used to writing my own functions inside of the code here, but GameMaker 1.4 will not allow that. So, if dungeon level is equal to new... Well, that doesn't even matter, does it? No, you can have functions. Like, he's got his... he has one right here called a script. But in GameMaker 2, you can just say... You can just right here write function, and then, like, build dungeon, and then I could write the rest of that function right here. Whereas in GameMaker 1.4... you have to go in and make a script asset and then put your functions inside of there. You can't have them inside of an actual object here. So, just different way of thinking. No, okay. I don't think we need to do that. This check right here, salad. What does this matter for? The only thing that this matters for is down here. Right? Like, you want to actually... You want to generate this every single time, no matter what. It's just that when it's a new dungeon, you have to save instead of load. That's all. So we don't need this double dungeon creation, because that's causing our issue. We just need to load the dungeon seeds if necessary. If there's any, perfect. Otherwise, we randomize it. Then we do all the randomizing of that. And if it's a brand new dungeon, then we save the seeds that were there. So I'm just going to indent this for my sake. It has nothing to do with the actual code itself. So if it's a new level, save the seeds. Otherwise, we already have the seeds saved because we saved them the first time we made the level. I'm also going to delete this. Going to kind of bring this all together. Save when generating a new dungeon. Not dungeon. And I'm just going to clean this up so that it looks nice. For when it starts working, we can feel good about it. Okay. So. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. I think that should work. I'm going to delete the old file. Wow, we've got a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to delete this old file, so we're starting with a brand new one. I've got the debugger available. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't need that right now. Clear. Okay. So that's a nice, easy one to remember. It's all to the right. Alright, level 2. Again, nice and simple, but I don't need to go there yet. We're going to go up. There's level 1. Just the way we expected it to be. Now, down to level 2. That looks like what it's supposed to be to me. Now, all the way on to level 3. Brand new dungeon. Looks great. Go up. That's the dungeon we expect. Go up. That's the dungeon we expect. Alright. There you go. We learned something. I think we learned something. Salad, I'm putting this in the Discord for you. Let's see. Can I just... I don't know how to just attach like a text file. Let's see. Nope, my message is too long to send to Discord. Let me make a new file really quick. Wow, that was a lot more than I expected. Good challenge there, Salad. That was good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That was tough. And I personally learned something very interesting about random. I had no idea. Like, maybe if I'd really thought about it, I could have told you that. But like, in practice, yeah, I never would have known that you have to think that way and like not call random too many times. So, all right, Salad, there's your fixed file. Remember, we made a lot of other changes. I think the biggest one that we made was you were calling randomize in multiple objects. So make sure you comment those out or replace them with what you need. But otherwise, that alarm event should fix exactly what we did. The beautiful thing is, as soon as we're done here, this video will be available to watch again. If we made a change like somewhere that you didn't follow along with or I don't remember, you can come back and grab it. So, whew. I'm not gonna lie, that was the longest stream I've ever done. We're at 5 hours now. And I think like 3.5 hours of it was working on that project. So, that was good. I enjoyed that. So, but now I'm really hungry. Salad, didn't you say you were over in the Netherlands area? Or was that someone else? Because if you're over in near Netherlands, isn't it like 4 a.m. right now? What time is it over there? So, you're 8 hours ahead, and for me right now... Yeah, okay, jeez. 4:23 in the morning. Just about spot on. Alright, but you said, what, this was weeks of work that you were working... Weeks of debugging that you were going through? So... Hey! Take him up on that, Salad. Your game... You have put so much groundwork into that game that it's going to be massive. I can see you've got a party system. You've got 800 different items to collect. That's awesome. Very, very cool. So, all right. That's going to be it for me for tonight, today, this morning for some of you. Yeah. Houdini, yeah, that's actually why, that's what this stream is typically for. I am working on my own game using GameMaker 2, which is the modern version. I'll show it to you really quick. It is very, it's what I'm working on. See if I can get back into it. So, my game will be very much nothing like the one we were just working on. Not that one's better than the other, but mine's a very different genre. So, mine will be a top-down 2.5 farming RPG. So, looks kind of like this, but the big difference is you're going to actually be able to have verticality inside of this. And so you can take your tools and you can actually plant your crops anywhere. And then we can pass our days on by and grow crops and trees. You'll be able to cast some pretty fun spells to be able to do things like harvesting your crops with tornadoes. This week, live on stream, I've actually worked on this building, so you can come in here and place buildings wherever you want, which is kind of fun. And then it'll also be very combat heavy, so not combat heavy, but got a whole action RPG with like active combat, the ability to block people. You've got magic system inside of here that you'll be able to craft your own spells. You can have verticality inside of the combat, so you can jump over people, you have to defend from flyers and all that stuff. So, and then there'll be a whole exploration with platforming and puzzles and all that kind of stuff. So, oh yeah. I spent a good time on it. Did you see the very end of the building? Like, now I've got multiple sets of houses that you can come in here and you can build. Oh no, I just built that on top of myself. I think I'm done for. I literally cannot move now. Yeah, the debugging. Yeah, 2D Elden Ring Stardew with some, yeah, that's a good way to describe that. So, yeah, this building one was tough, but it was good. I have an invisible warp right here that will eventually take you into houses and stuff like that. I spent most of today learning tile sets in a much better way than what I have been doing, so I can actually design much looking better stuff while also still being able to actually interact with it in my 2D way. So it's kind of fun. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. That's my game. I'll work on it more tonight after I take a little bit of a brain break. I've got a lot more to do as well, but I'm excited. This week has been really good. I've enjoyed it a lot, so yeah. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. This has been fantastic. And who was that? You? Who gave me that super chat? Was that you, Tips? I'm still learning how to actually like stream properly and be able to see stuff. Like I can see I got one. There we go. Tips. Yeah. I appreciate the super chat. That is. I really appreciate that. So, yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Nathan. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. No. My goal is to stream a few more, like the rest of the week, but we'll see. Tomorrow my family gets back. Part of why that's been so nice is my kids and my wife have been away at camp. That's who Rose Craig is, my wife and my kids watching. But without them, and because I'm on spring break as a teacher, I have a lot of free time. So tomorrow they get back. I'm going to try to stream probably tomorrow morning, maybe in the evening, depending on how things go. And then try to do Saturday, Sunday too, and then try to get a good schedule once school starts back up, because I need to continue working on this game, because I want to get it done. I want to make this, so. Hey, you're in a 1-month game jam, Nathan? That's crazy. It must not be like, the game jams I've done have been so focused and intense. Like, they were the 48 hours where we, like, tried not to sleep. So you must be doing something that 1 month is way more relaxed, I'm guessing. Good night to you too, Salad. Nathan, I'll catch you on the flip side. Otherwise, I'm going to keep talking, and like I said, I'm hungry. I need to go eat. But if you're tuning in tomorrow, let me know. 3D open world. You did not. That is such a joke. That is like the... No way. Show me tomorrow. I want to see it. Alright. Good night, guys.